Right. Yes. Right. Yes. Right. Yes. Right. Yes. Right. Yes. Right. High moral, high discipline. Right. Yes. Right. Yes. Right. Yes. Yes. Right. Yes. Right. Halt! Thanks. Good.
Could we please give the space to the family from the second row to the third one? And could we have the ones who are still coming to go that other side? Please. Could we ask the members of the choir to please stand from this side and give way to the family? Could the choir come here where I am at the podium? The members of the choir come this side, please. At the podium, the members of the choir, could they please come? We may all be seated. Thank you. Could the choir come because we are about to start now? Members of the choir, we need a signal for your readiness. To the Chabane family, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President J.G. Zuma, and the First Ladies, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners and members of the diplomatic corps, ministers, deputy ministers, premiers here present, presiding officers, and honorable representatives of our national, provincial, and local government, honored traditional leaders and the clergy, members and leaders of the African National Congress, members of different political parties represented in our National Assembly, the South African Communist Party, the Congress of Trade Unions, Umkhonto weSizwe Military Veterans Association, formations of the broader mass democratic movement, the nation at large, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nathi Mthethwa, and my task is to direct the program today. At the onset, we would like to call on the choir, which is here with us, to lead us in singing the national anthem. Could we all rise? Thank you, our choir, and thanks for officially opening for us through the national anthem this very important and solemn occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, today across South Africa, the national flag flies at half-mast. A dark cloud has descended upon our nation. A gift of the purest gold has gone to the gods. Today, our mettle as a people is put to test as we return the son of the soil to the earth, our womb. There's a silence in our hearts because our source of wisdom and melody, the fountain of our vigor and vitality, Collins Chabane, is no more. We'll start and go straight to our program. And I would like, without any further ado, having apologized, which I am now, for starting behind schedule, I would like to call upon Mr. Ronald Chabane to inform all of us about our gathering here today.
Good morning, everybody. Before I speak, I would like to sing just one verse, and I think you are going to lead me. Lesibumbeke ihosi sihlayiswa hiyo. Can you do it fast? Thank you very much. Master of Ceremonies, our Honorable President of the Republic of South Africa, J.G. Zuma, Cabinet Ministers, Premiers, Commissioners, and all dignitaries present here today. You will pardon me so that all of my people can hear me well. I will sometimes speak in song. We have here today a day that for the Chabane family is a day that we'll never forget. In the first instance, Makweru Wahina Collins tanihileswi a ri mutirheli wa tiko, tanihileswi a ri marhumekani, tanihileswi a nga tsan'wi na xin'we lexi a rhumiwa hi lavakulu ni lavatsongo. Hi siku ra ti 14 ta n'hweti ya on the 14th of March, the president sent him down to Malamulele to bury the late Chief S.D.W. Ngumane. Loko mi swi languta ma swi vona leswaku ku rhumiwa hi munhu lokulu swinene like a president, u hlawuriwa leswaku u ya yimela tiko eku heleketa tin'wana ta tinhenha ta tiko. It is a very big task. U endlile ntirho wa yena hinkwawo lowu a rhumiwe wona. Loko a hetile ntirho lowu, a ri munhu wa vanhu, a ri munhu wa maxaka, a ku ri na leswo tala leswi a nga lavi ku swi hundza. Xin'wana xa kona a rhumiwile etlhelo ra le kaya ka yena, laha a fanele a hundza a xeweta hina va yena na vanghana va yena. It was a Saturday. Siku leri hinkwaro u ri hetile a ri karhi a vulavula na vanhu, a ri munhu loyi a navela ku yingisela leswi vanhu a va navela leswaku a va pfuna hi swona, leswaku a swi rhwala a swi yisa ka lavakulu, a swi yisa eparliament laha a ta hlamusela leswaku swikombelo swa vanhu hi leswi. Loko ripela a nga se famba a tlhelela laha a huma kona, that is Pretoria, on the 15th, that was the following day, on his way to Pretoria, loko a hundile ePietersburg na lava a famba na vona vasirheleli va yena, most unfortunately khombo ra kona la hi fambaka kona emapatwini, you don't drive alone, you drive with other people. All the people claim to be licensed, and after all they are licensed, but some of the drivers, as they say, they are very careless. This carelessness hi yona leyi nga koxa vutomi bya makwerhu wa hina, hi byona lebyi hi yona leyi nga koxa vutomi bya mutirhikuloni wa n'wina vaholobye na n'wina hinkwerhu lava mi va veke kusuhi na yena. Kwala a va famba kona, it's just some few kilometers away from Polokwane, heading to Pretoria. He made a U-turn. One driver made a U-turn and they hit on the vehicle. And that was the end of their lives. This is so President n'wana wa wena loyi a n'wi tshembile swinene, a ri marhumekani, u ve na yena tindhawini leto tala laha hina vamakwerhu wa yena hi nga fikangiku, a nga ha ri kona. We announce it to you officially that Collins is no more. N'wina mi tirhaka na yena eParliament. N'wina mi veke kusuhana na yena hi minkarhi leyo tala. Yes, the giant is gone. Never see him again. Isweso wena Etienne, n'wana wa wena loyi u n'wi rhandzeke swinene, u ku landzile, u n'wi amukele. A ri n'wana loyi a nga na vito ra mukhalabye koko wa hina. The old man, the father used to call him Ohm. Ohm, in Afrikaans says Ohm. So Ohm Chabane, the father, ang chili vito ra mukhalabye. Ngwamke. N'wina va minga. Wena xilungwa, tata wa wena lontsongo loyi a n'wi rhandza swinene a nga ha ri kona, fambile. Wena Samuel Mbenya, wena la nga famba ku nga ri khale, tukulu wa wena loyi loko a fika minkarhi leyo tala wa ha ri misaveni wena u nge se famba a wu n'wi vula leswaku u fikile muchaviseki. It's gone. He's coming to you. N'wi amukeli. N'wina hinkwerhu vamakwerhu va ndyangu wa ka Etienne, Richard, Patrick, Cecilia, Don, Grace, Tintswalo, Nhloti, Ella, Dingi, Kensan, Mfana, na Selby. Collins, family. Na n'wina van'wana vamakwerhu Dennis, Brighton, na n'wina hinkwerhu vamakwerhu Collins, u fambile. A hi nga ha n'wi voni, a hi tinyungubyisa hi yena. Loko hi n'wi vona a fika a nga ri munhu wo rhwala xitulu a famba na xona. Loko a vuya kaya, he was a junior brother. A twa leswi a hi n'wi byela swona hi na tihosi ta yena, forgetting the status he had. He was a simple man. Hi dyondzile yini xana n'wina vamakwerhu eka Collins? His humility, his kindness, a nga hlawuli ndluwa a tshika hove. He loved us all. We have lost a man. We have lost a giant. He had the tiny body, but big brain. Ni kombela ku ni vula Xitsongo ni nge si tshama hansi. Minkarhi yin'wani hina hi nga va pfuna nkateko wo va na n'wina le palamende leyi. Loko hi n'wi vona le palamende leyi, ni n'wi vona a tshamile ekusuhi swinene na minister na le Diphando. We used to look at how these people are in parliament, when they are in parliament. When you look at him, he was one of the youngest ministers, I believe. The president can confirm that. He was one of the ministers, the youngest ministers in his cabinet. Hita ulai, mati ya halakile hi nge ya oleli hina a hi nga kombi munhu hi ritivu wo tiva leswaku Xikwembu xa swi tiva I know God knows loko wo ti vavisa ngopfu hi la ku vulavula hi vanhu we are making big mistakes. But I say now, it's a short period of his lifetime. But I think God has a plan. We have fika kwalanga imako. Logo ayo hunda lahaya. I think I was going to make blunders. Logo kuranda ka hina hi ku ahundi. La Xikwembu xi nga ayimi xi tirhisa nala. Ku tirhe nala laya. It's not God but Satan. U tirhile swilo swa yena. Se loko hina hi vona nge a swi nga fanelanga. A swi nga ri kahle. Se hinkwerhu vamakwerhu a hi oloveni. I didn't think I would manage to stand here and talk. But Xikwembu xi nyike matimba just to stand here and perform my task. Xikwembu a xi amukeli moya wa yena. Inkomu.
Thank you, Baba Chabane. And to all of us, this is a loss of all of us as a nation. As we are bidding farewell to the nation's finest, the Ohm Collins Chabane, to the family we say, Chavelelekani waka Chabane, hina n'wina enkarini lowo tika. Our condolences to the Chabane family. We are with you during this difficult time. Comrade Chabane was not alone. His protector, Sergeant Sikele and Sergeant Letswane, also lost their lives in that fateful accident. As we gathered here today, together we send our condolences to their families as well as the South African Police Service, which is their family also. At this point, I would like to invite Professor Menyane Shikombiso for the reading of the obituary. And as he comes to the fore, would ask all of us to rise as he reads the obituary.
Aga President Zuma ba holobye lava nga kona ni vachaviseki hinkwayo na n'wina vayoweri ni ta kombela mi ni hamela risimu ra 133 rendweni ra mina leri a ri rhandza hi mana wa yena na themba ha ri tiva hinkwerhu na hi Xizulu na Xixhosa mi ta ri twa loko khwayere yi ri sungula 133 rendweni ra mina Obituary of the late Comrade Ohm Collins Chabane, hero of heroes, a combatant for life, a patriot to the end, a people's person, a gentle giant and a grounded leader who worked with a sense of quiet determination. It was the noble cause of striving for a better future for all the people of South Africa that served as a backdrop to the life of Minister Collins Chabane. His early life, Ohm Collins Chabane was born on 15 April 1960 in the village of Xikundu at Malamulele in Limpopo, then known as the Northern Transvaal. He is the seventh born child of the late Mr. Etienne and Mrs. Elizabeth Chabane. He started schooling at Xikundu Primary School from 1966 to 1972. When he obtained the then Standard 6, he proceeded to Xikundu Secondary School, where he passed the junior certificate in 1975. In 1976, he proceeded to Lemana High School, where he was expelled as he was regarded as the instigator of the riots. He matriculated from Xikundu High School in 1976. In December 1979, he was part of the TEFLOP contingent at the formation of the Azanian Student Organization. His works with eNCA, known as eNCA. He joined the ANC underground at a very young age. In May 1980, he left the country to undergo military training with eNCA, where he used the non-de-guerre Tom Chauke. Together with other eNCA members, he traveled to Angola via Swaziland and Mozambique. The group received special training at Funda camp in Angola, and while there, Collins Chabane was section commissar. He infiltrated into South Africa in 1981 and completed numerous successful political military operations between 1991 and 1994. He was eNCA area commander for the far north and northeastern part of the then Northern Transvaal. Amongst others, he established eNCA's Bambata unit, which operated in the Tzaneen, Giyani, and Malamulele area. While underground in 1984, he was arrested by the apartheid security police and placed in solitary confinement for 1 year. Despite protracted and brutal interrogation at the hands of the evil racist police, he did not reveal any information to incriminate any of his comrades. He was the only accused in his terrorism trial. In 1985, he was sentenced in the Tzaneen Regional Circuit Court to 9 years imprisonment on Robben Island. While in prison on Robben Island, he served in the ANC's underground intelligence network and was the custodian of the shortwave radio that had been smuggled into the prison to gather and disseminate news for the prisoners. He was also responsible for acquiring and hiding political reading material, known as umkhabulo, as well as the ANC's political programs in prison. Education. He applied to the then University of Natal to study medicine, but was required to register for a Bachelor of Science degree first at the University of the North in 1979. A year later, he abandoned his studies and went to exile. During his time in prison, he obtained a diploma in electrical engineering from the then Technikon South Africa. He could not complete the diploma in aircraft maintenance because he could not undergo practical training as a result of his incarceration. Chabane also holds a diploma in leadership and management from the University of Limpopo Graduate School of Management and a diploma in management from Esami Africa Business School in Arusha, Tanzania. He served as a chancellor of Ramanombulaheni Training College in the Bembe district. His role in the ANC. In 1990, after the unbanning of the ANC and his subsequent release, Chabane was appointed as the first office administrator for the then Northern Transvaal region. He established the ANC office, and in December 1990 was elected as secretary of the ANC in the region, with a major task of re-establishing ANC branches. At the time, the chairperson of the ANC in the Northern Transvaal was Joel Nechitenze, who was also known as Peter Maibui, who was later then succeeded by Ngwako Ramahlodi. Chabane was elected as provincial secretary unopposed 6 times. During this period, he was involved in navigating, on behalf of the ANC, complex political processes with the homeland governments of Leboa, Xikundu, and Venda. During his time as the ANC's provincial secretary, he established strong ANC structures, resulting in the ANC winning Limpopo by 92% in 1994. He became a member of the ANC's National Executive Committee in 1990, where he served until his untimely passing. Since the 52nd National Conference in 2007, he had been a member of the ANC's National Working Committee and served in various NEC subcommittees such as International Relations, Legislature and Governance, and the National Disciplinary Committee. He was an ANC deployee assisting with the resolution of the conflict in Sudan. National Parliament role. In 1994, Chabane became a member of Parliament and served in the following committees: the Constitutional and Management Committee, Joint Standing Committee on Defense and Intelligence, the Standing Committee of Finance and Minerals and Energy Affairs. He was also a member of the Senate and served as an ANC constitutional negotiator. Provincial government role. In 1997, he was appointed member of the Executive Council in the Northern Province, Office of the Premier. In 1998, he was appointed MEC for Public Works and leader of government business in the legislature. Chabane established the Province's Roads Agency, which was the first institution of this kind in South Africa. He championed the training of unemployed people under the Gondola Shoe construction program, which paved the way for the current expanded public works programs. In 2005, he was appointed as MEC for Economic Development, Environment, and Tourism. During his tenure, he embarked on an international awareness program on economic opportunities in trade and investment in the tourism, mining, and agribusiness sectors, with special emphasis on doing business with South African development community and Africa broadly, as well as with the international business community. National government role. In 2009, he was appointed as the minister in the presidency, responsible for monitoring and evaluation. In this position, he was responsible for overseeing the implementation of the initial 12 outcomes that address the main strategic priorities of our 4th democratic government. He was also responsible for the government communications and information systems. Minister Collins Chabane was chair of the Interministerial Committee on State Funerals. In this capacity, he led the team that was responsible for the funeral arrangements of the late former President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, a task he effectively executed. In 2014, he was appointed as the Minister for Public Service and Administration, a position which he occupied until his untimely death. Music and culture. Comrade Animal, as he was fondly known, was involved in poetry and music. Whistling Matola, Mozambique, he actively participated in the Roots Poetry Group, which lifted the morale of combatants. On Rubin Island, Chabane also developed a keen passion for music, learning music theory and how to play the harmonica. He played with few of the music bands on the island. He became an accomplished musician, establishing the Mbira Group with his best mentor, Basil Magombe. His band was named The Movement. The band released 4 CDs, Saka versus Xikundu, Shai Shai, Duma, and Mbira Instrumental. He won several awards, amongst others, the Samro and Special Music Award from SABC in 2010 and 2012, respectively. Samro also compiled the best of movement in his honor. Chabane pioneered the establishment of the Marula Cultural Festival, which has become an annual event in Limpopo. On charity activities, he founded the Shakani Foundation in 2009, which has been organizing 2 golf days every year since 2010 to raise funds for the following charities: the Peace and of My Educational Mind, which supports children between ages of 12 and 16 with bursaries and books, tutoring, computer skills, and entrepreneurship development. The South African Institute for Depression and Anxiety, which raises awareness about depression and anxiety, the main causes of teenage suicide. The Kensani Special School, which is the only school in Palabora for children with disabilities and special needs, and the Evangelical Presbyterian Church. In addition, the foundation funds an annual visit to the coast of 20 underprivileged children. Family and community life. The love relationship between Collins and Mavis survived exile, prison, ANC activism, and the rigors of government work. They married in 1995 and have 2 children. As a member of the Chabane Minga royal family, he played a unifying role. He had organized that the royal family celebrate the Minga Day in April of this year. Minister Chabane was a member of the Evangelical Presbyterian Church from his childhood. He was a member of the Xikundu parish and also active in Mamelodi, Whistle, and Pretoria. His contributions included, amongst others, sharing knowledge on administration, fundraising, and management for the church. He joined the Men's Guild in 2006. Despite his busy schedule, he regularly attended its conferences and other events. Minister Chabane is survived by his wife, Mavis Kensani Chabane, and 2 children, his son, Matimba, and daughter Zakani, his mother, Elizabeth, and 10 siblings whose names have been listed. From his father's second wife, Johanna, he's also survived by 11 siblings whose names have also been listed. Rest in peace, Ohm Collins Chabane. Rest in peace, Maluleke. Famba kahle Maluleke. Chabane wa Mhinga, Nkuri, Dlamani, Shimambani, Mashakadzi, Malenga, Gunyule, Shishangashile, Mungwanati, Muchopi, Shinyela Babeni, Matoto ya Tuhuku. Before I die, it has been my wish, and still is my wish, that whatever happens between me and Africa, it shall not be through cowardice, or should I say, betrayal of my fatherland. That's a quote from Ingwapili Madingwane. A political strategist extraordinaire, a true internationalist commissar, and a humble servant of the people to the end. Famba kahle Mungwanati. Inko.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. You have painted the portrait of a man we know. We are going to be having a musical item. Suppose it's from the choir, I don't know. Thank you for the musical item, our choir, Bob Mabaso. Fellow South Africans, a fruit is a reflection of the tree from which it comes, from where it comes. To understand Comrade Chabane's cultural and sociological roots, it is my pleasure to invite our chief, Xikundu, to give us a few words.
enkomo vakhandli vahlonge vo huma kule na le kusuhani na vo huma a kule ku nga madorobeni. Namuntlha hi tile la tikweni ra ka Xikundu hikwalaho ka Collins Chabane. Leswi a nga hi tirhela swona la ka Xikundu mi ta sala mi nga swi koti vo tala, mi ta sala mi nga rhweleli byongo byakwe lebyi a byi tirhisa, hikuva leswi a swi tirha a swi voniwa hi un'wana na un'wana swi nga ri xinyamini. Sweswi tiko hayi ra ka Xikundu ntsena, ku wile nguvu ya papa ra ntima laha hi nga ta lava leswaku wo pfala yena a nga kumeki. Hambi mu swi lava hambi nga swi kumi dyondzo leyi a ri na yona ka munhu. Kutani va ka Chabane a mirile mi ri n'wexe, hi vavisekile, ha ha yimela leswi a fane a ta hi komba swona ka migingiriko ya yena. Kutani sweswi hi dyondza yini? A hi endleni leswaku swilo hi nga swi kota ku swi teka swin'wana, hi teka switsanana, swin'wana hi nga swi koti. Loko veke o va Sathani a nga tirhisa rimoto leri, wo onheli ngopfu. Sathani la nga tirhisa rimoto leyi wo onhi ngopfu. A swi tolovetaki ku humelela swilo swo tani swi tsakisa. Va hi dlele ku hi dlaya matiko lawa hinkwawo. A hi rileni hi languta a henhla va ka Chabane, Xikwembu xi ta hi languta. A ni se tshama ni vona tiya yi terekisiwa hi ndilo wa mavivi, ni tiva tiya yi terekisiwa hi tihunyi leti ti nga oma. Mi endleli xitori xo ka hi nga xi hleketangi tiko ra ka Xikundu leswi mi nga hi dlayisa swona. Loko a ni mi tiva na mina ni ta ka ni ya lomba xibamu la xi nga kona. Hikuva mi hi dlele, a hi nga hatli hi kumi swilo swa hina leswi a swi fane hi swi kuma. Swi ya vuyela endzhaku swilo ku veke a ku tshamisekeni ka swona a swi ri kusuhani na vakulukumba palamende va kha va n'wi tshineta kusuhani ku swilo leswi swi vanaka swi pfuna vanhu community swi humelela. Vuya ku ya huma xirhalanganyo lexi hi nga ka hi nga xi hleketangiku xi onha. Na vona mukhalabye loko ni swi languta swilo leswi ta hi vava ngopfu. A hi nga swi rivali minkarhi yaleyi mani. Swi ta teka nkarhi ku va hi swi rivala swilo swo tani leswi nga humelela. Onhekeriwe ngopfu na vo mukhalabye Zuma vonhekeriwile hi byakwe ka leswi nga humelelisa swona. A hi voneni leswaku ri na sweswi hi ngendla yini, hi nga humesa ku yini ka khombo ro tanihi leri. Va ka hina loko Xikwembu xi hi fulaherile, loko a ri Sathani laha khongelaku kona wa tika Sathani yaloye. Va ka Chabane a hi rileni hi languta Xikwembu. A ri munhu loyi a pfuna, a ri munhu loyi a ri hava mona, na loko a suka le a tirha kona a kota ku ta ni pfuxela. Sweswi a ni nga ha pfuxeliwi hi munhu, ku sele matshuka. Inkomo.
No, thank you. Thank you, Osi. Bopa. Joe is going to just say one important thing. All what she has said is important for all of us to follow. Just.
Osi simply said that Comrade Collins was a very humble person, very respectable person, who always and at all material times, when he comes down here, he would come and make sure that he pay homage to the people of this village. And indeed, they have lost a great soldier.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Well, Osi has said a lot of things, and indeed, Joe Matebula was short to try and cover what was said. Right now, we are going to be calling. Sorry. Thank you for that. Let's cooperate. We'll have time, comrades, to really pay tribute. The person who had exactly what she said is not Joe Matebula, is the president. The president said he listened very carefully. And also said, Usatane. Many of the cadres served with Comrade Chabane in the struggle know him as a true embodiment of an ANC cadre and MK guerrilla, as it has been said. He always displayed the highest form of discipline, morale, and desire to serve his people. However, not all of us know how he was on the home front. To paint this picture for all of us, let's call upon Ms. Ella Chauke to speak on behalf of the siblings, Miss Ella. Maybe as she's coming, the musical item here, which is reflected, we're told its nephews and nieces, we'll ask them to be around the podium so that when she finishes, they immediately come in.
Yeah. President of the Republic of South Africa, members of Parliament, Thulamela Municipality, Hosi Xikundu, na tin'wana tihosi, Hosi Xilungwa wa vumbirhi na ndyangu hinkwawo wa ka Minga, ndyangu wa ka Maphophe ni maxaka hinkwawo, all girls from all over South Africa, and those coming from outside, all South Africans present today, and those who could not manage to come. God was not taken by surprise. He knew it will happen. As Collins siblings, we accept his sudden death. Something that you cannot change, you better accept. Collins' brothers and sisters are like sand at the bank of Rivuvu River in the place called Madandili, Ekaminga. Collins was not self-made. He was a product of all community around him, which includes his own family. Yindlu hinkwayo ya ka Minga yi katsa ya ka Chabane na Makwavo Sunduza. I xihluke xa Shakani, the second born of Chabane wa Minga. From his father's house, Etienne, we were 22. Born from the house of the principal wife, Rubini wa ka Mbenyana, hahani wa Professor Mbenyana. He was number 7 of the 11. All characters you may think of, you will find. Standing here, delegated and mandated by his siblings. His mother was blessed with the first 6 quiet children. Trouble started when she came to the last 5, starting from Collins. You know, this group is vocal, and they leave no stone unturned for the liberation of a total being. We have politicians, we have artists, we have preachers of the word, we have powerful intercessors, we have the so-called terrorists, you name them. A talent of singing which also made Zakani, his daughter, to be a singer. Collins wanted to record. He wanted her daughter to record her first album. A responsibility that I believe his daughter-in-law, Yvonne Chaka Chaka, will take care of. Ella, who is number 8. We are not twins, but there is a very thin line between his year of birth and mine. That has given me an advantage of playing, eating, and attending school with him. I was always a standard behind him at school. He was very much intelligent and tactful. Hi xichangani xa ka hina, loko mi dyela ndhawu yin'we, lontsongo a nga pambuli nyama loko lonkulu a nga si pambula. Collins Dingi na mina a hi xavela xindichani xin'we. Siku ku dlawa ku huku a hi swi tiva ku hi ta phameriwa nhloko na tincondzo timbirhi. Se a ta hi tshika hi dya vuswa byi ka byi hela ha xeva hi mthotho kumbe sopo a nga pambuli nyama. Hi kala hi suka ivi a sala a dya nyama liya hinkwayo. His father was a school principal. He used him as a very good dancer to fundraise for the school. During concerts, he was named Braringo because people would like him to dance now and again. During trips, he will sit at the back of the bus, entertaining everyone through jokes and singing. He was very good in science and mathematics. He so much intended to study medicine after matric, but unfortunately the then government did not approve his application. He went to TEFLOP for BSc, and when he was planning to go to exile, he came back home with one of his friends. We were not aware, but we could see him orientating his friends how to get to Mozambique through Punda Maria Gate. He made sure that he sees all of us and bid farewell to each one of us. Nzafamba. Hitavuya hibona. He gave to Percy a small knife and said to him it was for the terrorists. And Percy thought terrorism was one of the careers he could follow in his studies. Our father personally did career guidance to his children at an early age. Percy indicated innocently that he would like to be a terrorist, and he was terribly beaten. And by that time, Collins was in exile. After some weeks, our father was informed that his son was outside the country. Then we started to experience difficulties as his siblings. When he came back into the country underground before his arrest, loko xi pfula xikolo, papa a va ta ku khomisa pocket money yi nga ri ya wena, va ku i ya Ohm. Loko a ta u ta n'wi nyika a ta kuma swakudya. Ni hlamala leswaku va swi tivisa ku yini leswaku u kona. Va ni byela leswaku ni hlangene na yena xitimeleni u ni xewetile. U ni byerile leswaku nkarhi wun'wanyana u pfumala swakudya. You know, you were supposed to make sure of his handwriting to clear the way for his coming to your room. A ku ri mina na Thembani wa ka Minga, n'wana but 8. You know, Collins was one person. He had an inbuilt census. Immediately, he says, I'm going. Then the police would come in and search for him in my room. As his siblings, we sometimes found ourselves in the so-called Varheid Kantoor in Tzaneen or Hennisberg to identify his clothes. Loko va kume swiambalo swa yena kwalomu a famba tumbela kona. In this note, we want to thank all families and persons who protected him. Eka minkarhi leyi a hanya hi ku tumbela. We were there as a family when he was sentenced to 9 years. We visited him in prison. We always loved and supported him as his family. He loved us all. Sesi a ku ri sesi eka yena, hambi a ri lontsongo ka yena. He strived to attend family functions and gatherings, though he was a busy man. Ku katsa no ya ku loboleni, a famba na hina a ya nava milenge hi lobola hi sika swin'we kwale. Na le ku hlomiseni a hi famba na yena. Unfortunately, his father died after his release in prison. But before he died, he received his son back home. In my presence, he said, "That's my father." I quote, "Mfana loyi u tlharihe ngopfu. U ta mi fuma hinkwenu la. U ta fuma na tihosi ta yena va Eddie," referring to But Eddie, the former Minister of Education in the then Gazankolo government. Baku ita va fuma na va Eddie. We are so proud that his mother is seen by all South Africans today. A powerful woman who gave birth to Nena, leyi nga lwela ntshunxeko. A nga swi tsakelangi Shakani ku vona sira ra mhani wakwe, a hi swi twisiseni. His name is Ohm Collins Chabane. He was named after his grandfather, Shakani, who stayed exactly where we are going to bury him today. Shakani means shaka, ninsati. Shaka ra mina ku ta va nsati. We would like to thank his wife, Mani Mavis na vana, for supporting and taking care of our brother. Loko swi tika a mi ri kwala tlhelo ka yena. Loko a ku nga ri vutlhari bya n'wansati loyi, Ingi Collins a nga fikangi la a nga fika kona namuntlha. Thank you for taking care of his aged mother. Matimba, Tsakani, don't hurt yourselves. We are all here. I'm the most unfortunate of the remaining 10. People will start calling me by names that Home Affairs does not know. Baku hilo wo tlhandla masira. Sira ri hava ndzisana. Ndzi tlhandla ma Collins mina. Ndzi ta tshama ndzi tlhandla ma Collins minkarhi hinkwayo. I will now address the empty chair of Collins. Amongst the remaining 10. Wena Shaka Ninsati, we tata wa xisandhaku na Nhlengani, tata wa Malenga na Mzamani, we u nga tswala eTiyani laha hi tswaleke, tata wa n'wa Stefani na Semu, we xihari xa nhova animal, we u nga thwasa khwatini u xangweriwa hi swiharhi, N'wamalahlani Dzovo, hlonga ra mani na mani, va vula wena. Davhida wa kona loko Goliati a dzumadzumela Israyele, hi wena. We n'wankingiri, xingwingwa vusiku, u etlela hi mpima vayeni. You used to say sleeping is a waste of time, and you will rest when you die. Laha u nga wisela kona we Shakani, a ni swi twisisi. Hi ku khale a va ku hi le Potgietersrus. Hikokwalaho ka yini Shakani wo hlawula ku ya wisela kona wena u nga ri Potgieter? Vana va vanhu ke we Shakani. May the good Lord be with the families of his protectors. Munhu wo olova, wo dya miladzi, a xeva hi hlampfi, a xeva hi miroho na matomani, a tlhe a vutisa ku a ku na swiguxana xana. His protectors also could eat what he used to eat. We understand that this time it was beyond their ability to protect all lives within the car. As siblings, we want to convey our deepest condolence to the bereaved families. We also want to thank Mani Mavis, who saw it fit to attend their memorial service. Collins never disappointed us in government. He never disappointed the family within his party. We agree as a family with what was said in Parliament on Tuesday, especially when Honorable Holomisa and Honorable Willem Adisha indicated that he never used the struggle or position to benefit himself, but he served the ANC and the nation with humbleness. As a family, we were free and proud to buy newspapers and read them. I'm convinced, now I say I, me alone, I'm convinced that he was anointed and appointed to serve the nation before he was conceived in his mother's womb. A highly gifted, multi-talented, humble man. He had an answer while you still struggle to set your question. But he would listen to you with respect and then give you a proper answer. That was Collins. Such a tree with supernatural wisdom, under which we used to hide our shortcomings and our weak points. Our strongest link who never undermined the weakest link in our family. He never brought home his office or his mobile chair. His record in Family Burial Society is clean as I speak. He was led in the family by his younger brother, Dennis, who is the chairperson of the entire Shakani family and of Minga family. Hakunene ari n'wana wa Xikwembu. Sweswo swi vuriwe ntsena loko Yesu a file exihambanweni. Thank you, South Africa, for allowing our brother to serve you. The messages and comments confirms the kind of a person he was. Thank you, ANC, for believing in him. He has indeed fulfilled the vision and the mission of Parliament. Collins, as your blood was flowing out of your body, just before you committed your last breath to the Lord, as if we could hear you singing, Ndi Randa Gu Muga Ndi Famba Lega Legaya Yeso Olungisi Shitamo Shamina Salanihima Mashaka Wina Banabanga Mina Tiranda Guru Re Tikweni Ramu. Like Cain's blood, yours was crying for us. As you leave us behind, not knowing what will happen to us in the land that you also fought for. On behalf of all I represent now, we release you to rest in peace. And God will see us through. Famba kahle, Ohm. Wa Etia, wa Shakani, wa Chabane, wa Minga, wa Nkuri, wa Dlamani, wa Mashakadzi, wa Malenga, wa Gunyulu, Xihari xa nhova, animal, Mwanati.
We thought the nephews and nieces were ready, those who have been asked to render a musical item. But if they are not ready, we will continue with the program. But thanks what
freedom, oh, freedom, oh, freedom over me. And before I'll be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. And be free. No more sorrow, no more sorrow, no more sorrow over me. And before I'll be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. And be free. No more crying, yes, no more crying, no more crying over me, over me. And before I'll be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free, and be free. No more sorrow, yes, no more sorrow, no more sorrow over me, over me. And before I'll be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free, and be free. There is a land.
Thank you for the wonderful melody there. We'll now ask someone who's going to be speaking on behalf of the Friends. There are many coincidences with Comrade Collins. Born in 1960, when the struggle took a different turn in our country. And on this day, we are laying him to rest on the 55th anniversary of the historic tragedy which took place in Sharpeville, Langa. Somebody who's going to talk to us closely as a friend, Brian Molefe. Mr. Molefe.
Thank you. President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Jacob Zuma, Speaker of the National Assembly, ministers, premiers, members of executive councils, ambassadors, the governor of the Reserve Bank, traditional leaders, the Chabane family, local government leaders, excellencies, generals, flag officers, senior officers, and warrant officers, comrades, ladies and gentlemen. It would be amiss of me not to mention our elders in the province. Parapara Mutubi, who is here, Braek Mapoto, Dean Farisani, Ndate Tsolo, Funwenda Mutu, Udambuza Malada, Makura Matlodi, Mem Lydia Komani, Ochikalange, Warachitanga, Jacob Marule, and John Gadime. Amilcar Lopez da Costa Cabral was a Guinean, Bissauan, and Cape Verdean engineer, writer, intellectual, political leader, liberation fighter, and revolutionary. He was the leader of the popular liberation movement in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, the Partido Africano da Independencia da Guinea e Cabo Verde between 1963 and 1973. In 1965, he wrote a discussion paper for his liberation movement in which he declared, "Tell no lies and claim no easy victories." Today, as we reflect as friends on the life of our fallen hero, Comrade Ohm Collins Chabane, an engineer, a writer, a poet, a musician, an intellectual, a political leader, liberation fighter, and revolutionary. We can declare for the world to know that in his life, he told no lies and claimed no easy victories. It is not a lie that South Africa is a very different place to what it was in 1976, when, as a teenager, Comrade Animal, as we know him, participated in the student uprisings and joined the liberation movement. The release of all political prisoners, including Collins, in 1990, and the transition to democracy in 1994 were not easy victories. The path that we have traveled as a country since 1994 has been full of successes, setbacks, and mistakes. It has not been easy. Collins Chabane was not a coward. He did not betray his motherland. He did not betray his people. He did not withhold his contribution. He fought for the liberation of this country and the improvement of the lives of his people. Chabane knew, as Cabral had observed, and I quote, that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting for material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives going forward, and to guarantee the future of their children. Mr. President, the spear has indeed fallen. We shall pick it up. In doing so, and in memory of Collins Chabane, we shall tell no lies. We shall expose lies whenever they are told. We shall mask no difficulties, mistakes, and failures. We shall claim no easy victories. May your soul rest in peace, Comrade Sloan. To Sis Mavis, Matimba and Kensani, and the rest of the family, Rare Homozeha. He fought a good fight and he won the race. He will always be in our memory and in our thoughts, and you in our thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molefe. I would now request the children, Tsakani and Matimba, to pay their tribute.
Hello. Music, please.
I fought for you the hardest. You made me the strongest. So tell me your secrets. I just can't stand to see you leaving. But heaven couldn't wait for you. 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 So go on, go home. We laughed at the darkness, so scared that we lost it. You took on the ceilings. You showed me love was all you needed. But heaven couldn't wait for you. Heaven couldn't wait for you. Oh, heaven couldn't wait for you. 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 So go on, go home. Go home. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President, Deputy President, Speaker of Parliament. I'm not quite sure how this goes, so I'll just say all protocol observed for now. A wise man recently told me, he told me about his dream, and his dream was about having a few cows in Malamlele. He also spoke about he wants a place whereby you can just go fishing once in a while. He wants to be able to wake up every day and play golf. This wise man also told me about his love for his children, his love for his family, his love for his wife. So as he's rambling on and on about, his love and he's being all nostalgic, so I said to him, wise man, so why are you telling me this now? I hope it has nothing to do with the fact that Orlando Pirates is losing. So he says, no. That's not why. I'm telling you this so that when the time comes, you will have to help me fulfill my dream. So, knowing my old man, he's never been one who has squabbles. He doesn't have a lot of, for lack of a better word, drama. He doesn't have drama. He's always laughing. So much so that yesterday, in our culture, we have this thing whereby he needs to pass by his house, his home, where he lived, before he can leave to his last home, or his burial place. So they're trying to get the coffin in the front door. It's not working. The door's too small. Then they unhinge the front door. Then they try and get it in through the next door. It's unhinging. It's a problem again. So then they say, no, look, let's try to go through the back. We go through the back. There's furniture in the back. They say, no, it's fine. We'll move the furniture. So my one aunt suggests, no, why don't we just leave it in the garage? They say, no. It's going in the house. So fine. Now we're moving furniture. We eventually get the coffin in the house for him to enter his home for the last time. And I just started laughing because I thought to myself, he's laughing at us thinking, well, why the hassle? Why the hassle? He was that kind of person. We would go on holidays. And my sister and my mom would go shopping. They would buy, shoes, bags, all sorts of things, all sorts of funny things. Okay, I also bought an item or two, but would all sit there and you'd give us a little amount of money, saying, this is for you, this is for you, this is for you. Let's meet back here in 2 hours. So everyone goes off, we buy our things, we come back, and then there he is, he's holding a book on dummies for golf or something like that. So we say to him, is that all you're going to buy? He says, yeah, I'm fine. So my mom says to him, look, where we are, it's cold. You don't have a jersey. So should I not get you a jersey? He says, no, it's fine. It's fine. So she goes and she buys him 3 jerseys. I remember the following week, whenever he played golf, actually the following month, I'll say, he was always wearing those jerseys. Always wearing those jerseys. Then I thought to myself, maybe these are the only jerseys that he owns, actually. But such is his nature, such is his simple nature. So I've told 1 or 2 stories about my experience with my father and my old man, but there's also a few personal stories that I've heard past week or so, which I think shape and speak to his character and the type of person that he is. One of which was my uncle was telling me that, there's a field somewhere where they used to go and play soccer. So everyone would go gather there, they're playing soccer. My dad arrives with the radio. So as they're playing soccer, they're thinking, maybe he's listening to Jomo, he's about to score or something, who knows. Then he stops the game. He says, no, ingselan. So I mean, even from that age, he was very much well entwined in terms of what's happening in the world, as far away as he is, as far away as he was. And I actually heard earlier this week that there was an interview that was done. They were interviewing someone about whom it is that recruited my dad into the ANC. And I can't remember the exact specifics. I don't want to get controversial who said this, but this gentleman went to say that, no, indeed he did. He did recruit my dad into the ANC. And the way that I see things is that my dad has never been recruited into the ANC. My dad being in the ANC has always been a calling. This was more than an HR or human resource process where you go and then you say, no, look, come on board. We'll check your CV. If it passes, we'll move from step 1 to step 2, right? That never happened. This was a man who knew. He knew where it is he wanted to be and what it is he wanted to serve. There's also one story that I remember. He said actually on his wedding day, his anniversary. And he was talking about, he was actually stalling for time. The catering was late, so he went on and on and on because they said, no, look, we don't have food ready, so just do what you do. And he said, oh, look, this is what I get paid for anyway. So he went on to speak, and he's speaking. And then the only time whereby, personally, I heard him mention anything to that effect was he was relaying the story of him and his wife and how they interact. And he made one point. He said, throughout all his entire time while he was in exile, there was only one person that knew his whereabouts at all times. And that's the Honorable President sitting here today. And for me, I found that to be very profound in a sense that when he speaks of knowing him since he was a teenager, he really did. He really did. And I think, although, again, I don't know what protocol lies here, if we can also just give him a round of applause for having been the guiding force for my dad while I was in exile. Also on that, soon after he was arrested, when he was arrested, he obviously the relationship between himself and my mom took a strain. Again, he hasn't discussed that with me personally, not much anyway. The only thing I came across were postcards. These were postcards that he wrote. He wrote to what would then his future mother-in-law and father-in-law, thanking him for their support and helping him through this tough period. And I'm not sure what it is, again, in terms of how often you could write these letters, but they must have meant a great deal to him, for him to have gone out of his way to write a note to his, at the time, girlfriend's parents to say thank you. Thank you for supporting me and your daughter. That's the other point that I wanted to touch on as far as his character and what makes him. And the last story of a story was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we're having dinner, family dinner. It's my mother's birthday. We're having dinner there, and then he has a friend that's there. So what my old man liked to do is when we're having dinner, everyone must give a speech about his wife. So we 10, 15 of us, I say, yeah, when I rang, yeah, balabol. Then everyone would go around giving their speeches, saying what they want to say. And then eventually got to his one friend of his. And then this friend said, no. I know him as Mr. Wife. So we said, okay, who's Mr. Wife? No, I care to elaborate. They say, no, this man, he'll be in a meeting, and then his phone rings. Hey, guys, I have to run. My wife. Everything had to do with his wife. He not arrive at meetings. Says, no, look, my wife was saying you need to buy brown bread, and there's only white bread, so now I have to go. That's his wife was tantamount. And the story the picture that I'm trying to paint here is that his characteristics were one of loyalty, the other one of love, the other was of sincerity. But more than that, it was he was structured. And by structured, I don't mean he had a PA who was never late for meetings. His shoes were always clean. He wore his suit properly. No. But by structured, I mean he knew what came first. He knew in life what is important. And he knew when he has a set of responsibilities or priorities, as a structured man, this is how you go about dealing with your issues. At any point in time, you have 101 issues. But if you're a structured man, you know what comes first, and you know what you have to deal with. And that, for me, was his best characteristics, was the fact that he was a very, very structured man. Now, I always struggle to be able to talk to my aunts and uncles and anyone else except for talking on behalf of myself and my sister, because I can't grasp their loss, because it's very different. In some instances, they grew up with the man. In some instances, he was like a father to them as well. You know, but what I rest assured in knowing is that Willie Matilweni, and Willie Matilweni le ka Xikundu. I Matilweni le a Joni or Union Buildings. Willie Matilweni le ka Xikundu. And Matilweni le ka Xikundu. Loko mgena I gate. Kuna tar road. Ma in the tar road, inkwa ku tar road inkwa ka Matilweni ka Xikundu. La ka Van Roy. Loko mgena ni ka Van Roy, loko mfolo. Mutu mbiri ntsena I tlangaka, kuna mizun'wanyana o tlanga mbiri ntsena. Loko mfamba mkha mi ya le ka kokwani, mi ta va kuma kwalaya. Va mi yimerile ku va ta bula na n'wina, va ta tlanga na n'wina. So it's all a matter of time. Healing is a matter of time, and we should accept that. Meeting with him again is a matter of time, and we should accept that. But until that point, I feel we owe it to him, we owe it to ourselves to live how he lived. A politician who wrote Mbira songs. A eNCA veteran who is now renowned for his being what do they call it? A tactician extraordinaire, so to speak. He was not conflicted. He was complex and he was deep, and for that, I think if we can all just try and take something from the way that he lived his life, I think we'd be better people for it. Now, there's a point which they raised, I think it was Deputy Minister Ayanda Claude who made this point. And I want to hammer on this point, that he died in the line of duty. And I'll repeat that. My old man died in the line of duty. And what was his duty? His duty was wherever and whatever it is that his organization deployed him to. And there's no greater gift. There's no greater gift that you can give a soldier than to have them die honorably. And so, granted the circumstances in terms of the accident are shattering, he died in the line of duty. And I'm sure right now he's happy because he died doing what he'd always said he was willing to die for. He went to prison for. He lost his family for. So, again, I think if we can give him a round of applause for having lived his dream, lived by his dream, and died by his dream as well. I think now I'm at ease with my sister, because I was saying to her previously, she must sing, and she must sing, and she must sing, and she must sing, and he's happy wherever he is right now. What she did there is what brought joy to his life. He used to smile like a child whenever she was singing. Doesn't matter what she's singing. Doesn't matter if he understands what she's singing. Because half the time, whether it was Justin Bieber or whomever, you'd ask the issue of, is this English or what is this nonsense? But at least it wasn't the genre that captured him, but it was his daughter's voice and how wonderful it was for him to hear his daughter's voice. So I'm at peace, and I think she should be as well, that she's given him the appropriate send-off. I don't think she could have done anything better than do the one thing that he most loved, the one thing that he most loved about her. And then there's to my darling mother. So again, this entire week I can say there's a procedure which I've encountered when talking to people. They shake your hand, they say, sorry for a loss, you're the man now. I say, oh, okay. You shake your hand, they say, be strong, you're the man now. I say, oh, okay, great. And after the third time the person shakes your hand, you start now walking differently, because you're the man now, isn't it, of the family? But outside of that, I mean, it got me thinking, and I know that I'm far from being the man now, but what I'd like my mother to know is that there is a man in the family, and that has not changed. Unfortunately, this man still has to sit and watch at 8:30, there's generations. 9:30, there's Movango. I'll get called to take down Mahardin, those sorts of things. Those I don't mind. Maybe I shouldn't say out in public, but I don't mind. I really don't mind. What's most important for me in terms of being a man is that all I have to be there is there for you. And to take on, you should not have any additional baggage. You should not have any additional weight on your heart than the loss of your loved one. All functions that a man is to fulfill, those are what a man will fulfill. All functions in the house that a man is to fulfill is what will be fulfilled. And you go to bed resting on that, Mom, and at ease with that be a mother to Takani, be a mother to me, and do that alone, because you do it well. You do it exceptionally well. Thank you.
Thank you to the children. We can see that more than paying tribute, but also we are celebrating his life through his family. And now we call upon another representative of the family, Osim Mhinga II. Osim Mhinga II. Could you please come to the fore?
Program Director, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Jacob Zuma, all ministers and deputy ministers and our provincial leadership, the leadership of our district and local municipalities, leaders of the African National Congress and other political parties, my colleagues, Tihosi, the African royalties present here today, and all protocol observed. Nanguina vakhandli vanhlonge hinkwenu mi nga kona haleno ku ta hi khoma xikatla mi hi chavelela eku hundzeni emisaveni ka n'wana wa hina Ohm Collins Chabane wa Mhinga. Hi ku yimela va ndyangu wa vukosi bya ka Mhinga, van'wanati va ka Maluleke, vona vadyi va bangu bya mixeweta bya milosa eka mixo wa namuntlha. Hi hlangene haleno ku ta tlangela vutomi bya nhenha ya mun'wanati loyi a hi siyeke hi xihatla leswi a hi nga swi langutelangi. Hambiswiritano hi fanele hi swi amukela hikuva nhenha leyi yi tirhile mintirho leyi Xikwembu a xi n'wi nyike yona. U yi tirhile hi ku hetiseka. A ha langutele leswo tala eka yena. Program Director, Your Excellency, the President, we have listened with amazement and adoration to all the good work that our son Collins has done throughout his short life. The impact of his work will remain with us forever. All of you have known Collins, the politician, the musician, the entertainer, the strategist, the power behind the throne. Most of you did not know Collins, the prince. Ikwa inganakana nenali. Yes, she didn't know that he was and is still of royal blood, the blue blood in him. Collins was the second member of our family to join politics. The first being my aunt, Mr. President, Florence Minga Majola. She comes directly after my father. She is the first person in this area, in this region, to become a nurse. The first to qualify as a midwife. The first in our family to join politics. She was with those gallant women in 1956 when they marched at the Union buildings. And she went in exile in 1970. So Collins joined the ANC at the age of 17. He went into exile at 20. But before he skipped the border, as you've heard the sister talking, she went to tell her eldest brothers in the family. The first one being my uncle, E.P.P. Minga. As the president, you know him, you met him at Kodesa during the negotiations. He's still here with us in here. This is the man who went to school at Lemana High School with the president of Frelimo, Dr. Eduardo Shivambu Mondlane. They studied together at Lemana High School from 1944 to 1947. So my uncle, being a teacher, principal of a school, when Collins told him that he was going abroad or he was going to exile, he said, "No, my boy, you're still at varsity. Go back and finish your studies. Thereafter, you can go." So they didn't agree with my uncle. So he went to tell my father, the late O.C. Adolph Sunduza Minga, that he was leaving for exile. And my father said, "You know your sister left this country 10 years ago. We don't know where she is. So if you go, look after yourself. Go and find her. Let us know if she is safe." Honorable President, Collins met Aunt Florence in Mozambique because when he went abroad, he felt sick. I think he was suffering from malaria. And he went to the ANC clinic, and Aunt Florence was there to look after him. They met for the first time. He didn't know her because he was still very young when she was detained under house arrest many, many years ago. But they agreed about one thing, that should never tell the other comrades about their relationship for obvious reasons. We don't know what happened in exile. You've said it, you have heard his testimony. But when he came back underground, he was arrested and detained. One of the places where Collins was detained is a place called Wisani Cultural Center. This is a center that was established by the Chamber of Mines. Those days when they used to bus migrant laborer from Mozambique. So they established this camp here in Minga, where these laborers will cross, sleep over. The following day, they will board a train to Sukmekarni, Polokwane, where they will then go to work in the mines. That place was known as Wenela, Witwatersrand Native Labor Association. That program was discontinued when the Frelimo War and Renamo and the Portuguese broke out. The structure remained, and unfortunately, the Homeland government gave that facility to the security branch in here. And that's where Collins was detained and tortured so many times. So it's our wish as a family that we have already applied to SARA, which stands for the South African Heritage Resource Agency, to have that place declared a heritage site and named after Collins Chabane. So for 35 years, our son Collins has served the people of South Africa and Africa with dedication, obedience, humility, accountability, transparency, and above all, with dignity. After having heard about the passing of Collins, I looked for words to describe him as a man, him as a person. And I could only find something in Philippians chapter 2, from verse 5 to 11. When talking about Christ's humility, it says, your attitude should be the same as Christ Jesus had. Though he was God, he did not demand and cling to his rights as God. He made himself nothing. He took the humble position of a slave and appeared in human form. And in human form, he obediently humbled himself, even further by dying a criminal death on the cross. To me, Collins, his attitude was he never demanded or clung to the fact that he was of royal blood. He made himself nothing because he humbled himself. He humbled himself and took a position of a slave. To him, he took a position of an animal because he used to call himself an animal. And in human form, he obediently humbled himself even further by dying on the criminal death on the cross. Same with our son, Collins. He obediently humbled himself, and he died a horrific death on the road. In 12 or 13 days' time, we'll be celebrating the death of Jesus Christ, who died on the cross, but he didn't die alone. He had two criminals with him. Collins died with two of his bodyguards. This similarity to me is so striking. Because of this, God raised Jesus to the heights of heaven and gave him a name that is above every other name, so that at the name of Jesus, every knee will bow in heaven and on earth and even underneath the earth. Then every tongue will confess that Jesus Christ is the Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Program director, I'm not saying we should bow down to Collins. No, he wouldn't agree. But what I'm saying is, he humbled himself. At an early age, he became a minister in the presidency, almost the highest position of the country. How is similarity? So I think there is a lesson we have to learn about Collins' life. Let's celebrate the life of Collins. You know, I can only visualize Jesus Christ meeting Collins in heaven and saying, "Well done, my good and faithful servant. You have been faithful in handling these small assignments here on earth. So now I will give you many more responsibilities. Let us celebrate." I don't know whether they can play that song, Duma, so that we can all celebrate Collins' life, if it's possible. Program director. Yes, please. That's it. After that. Thank you. Because we want to celebrate Collins' life. Mr. President, I know that you love your son, Collins, very well, very much. You in fact said in your own words that he is like a son to you. Now, as a family, we believe that the people of Malamulele expect you, our president, to ensure that Malamulele is granted a municipality. And that municipality will be called Collins Chabane Municipality. appeal to you, Mr. President, that you provide funding for infrastructure development of Malamlele from the Presidential Infrastructure Commission to develop this area. I know you're able, Mr. President. If not, let's get money from the BRICS bank that is coming in South Africa. Mr. President, one of the things that I was discussing with Collins in order to initiate economic development of this area was the opening of the Papfuri Gate as a commercial border post. Because in 2002, the three countries of Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and South Africa agreed to remove the fence in the Kruger Park so that the animals could move freely. But our people, Mr. President, are still having difficulties moving to come and see their friends, their families. They have to walk all the way, to drive all the way to Komati Port. Whereas if this border post were to open, there will be economic development, what we'll call the Great Limpopo Development Initiative. This is what we were discussing with Collins. Because we need a port. We know that Maputo Port is congested. We know Richards Bay is congested. We know Durban is congested. We have the Vilankulus just across here. But we need a road, Mr. President. Minister Edna Mulewa, we need to sit down and talk about how to cross the Kruger National Park without having to endanger the animals, because that will open up economic development in this area. And this is what Collins would have loved us to do. So, famba kahle mungwanati, etlela hi ku rhula, wena Shaka, n'wana 8 year, wa Shaka, wa Chabane, wa Minga, yena xilungwa wo sungula, Mingu ya van'wanati, yena n'wanankuri, wa Dlamani, wa Maxakadzi, yena la anga hitisa la tikweni leri. Eka Auntie Mavis, eka Matimba, eka Tsakani, vana mani mi nga vileli, mi nga tikarhati. Loko hi hlaya lahaya ka Roma 8, verse 28, it says, all things work together for the good of those who love the Lord, those who have been called according to his purpose. So I'm urging you to love the Lord. I know God has given you a calling. Follow your call. Hina hiri ndyangu wa ka Minga, hiri nhloko ya vukosi bya ka Minga, hiri mi nga chaveni. Xin'wana na xin'wana lexi mi karhataku, tinyangwa ta hina ti pfulekile. N'wina van'wanati hinkwenu, n'wina mi nga sukeriwa hi mufi wa hina, a kombela a hi hlanganeni, mi swi twile leswaku a hi fanele hi hlangana hi ri ndyangu 83 ta April. Na kholwa siku rin'wana ri ta lunghisiwa laha hi nga ta hlangana hi ri ndyangu leswaku hi va nyandza yin'we na cancer. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Jose. Thank you very much. Dear friends and compatriots, we can only imagine the depth of anguish, the grief and agony which our sister Kensani Chabane is going through. Now and in time to come. That is why I am going to ask a representative who's representing Mrs. Chabane to please come forward. Thank you, comrades. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. To the Honorable, the President of the country, Mr. Jacob Zuma, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Baleka Mbete, Ministers and Deputy Ministers present here, Premiers and MECs of various provinces, our traditional leaders, Bafundisi, Vatikereke Hinkwatu, our honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. My name is Charlotte Mdanisi. I'm standing here on behalf of Mrs. Chabane Kensani. As a sister and a friend to both Kensani and Collins, as a person who saw and started to see a relationship of teenage people madly in love, a person who had a privilege to see and witness a true love blossoming into a marriage. A person who, amongst others, celebrated with the couple several of their marriage anniversaries. It is my pleasure today and my honor to be standing before all of you on this special day to read tribute from a wife to a beloved husband. And the tribute reads thus. When God was making husbands, he made a special soulmate for me. He made a perfect gentleman, compassionate and kind, with more love and affection that you could ever wish to find as a wife. He gave my darling husband a heart of solid gold. He gave me a wonderful memories only my heart can hold. Our house is no longer the same without you. We already miss you. The well of wisdom and knowledge that the children and I continually drew on. You were and still is the best daddy to my children. You were and still the best husband to me. Thank you for all you did to make the world a better place for us. We love you and miss you terribly. Every breath is harder to take without you in this world. It is harder because you never said goodbye. You were gone before I knew it. If love alone could have saved you, you never could have died. In life, I love you dearly. And death, I love you still. In my heart, you hold a special place that no one will ever feel. It broke my heart to lose you, but you did not go alone, for part of me went with you. The day God took you home, rest in peace, my love. You will never, ever be forgotten as long as life and memory last. Your soul will live in me. Our time on earth has ended and nothing seems the same. But when God calls me to be with you, our love will live again. My only consolation is that you are with the Lord. Time will meet again. Rest in peace, your wife, Kensane. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. The message from our sister Kensani. We are now going to ask the representative of the church, Moderator Nyambi, to come to the fore. We are not, do take note of other items in the program. We want to quickly get to the main program item of the day, and we still are going to have the celebration.
Program Director, Minister Mtetwa, Honorable President, Chabiseki, Hosi Minga, Natungwani Tihosi, the veteran, Andrew Mlangeni, all protocol observed. On behalf of the church, I must confess that we are still emerging from that profound sense of shock after hearing the news of passing away of Minister Chabane, our member. You know it, Mr. President, that he was a very loyal and a proud member of the Evangelical Presbyterian Church. In his lifetime, he was never a member of any other church. He was baptized in 1978 while he was still at Shingwedzi. He lost direct touch with the church when he went into exile and later was imprisoned on Robben Island. When he was released, he reconnected himself with the church again, and in 2006, he joined Madodana. He was very proud of being a member of Madodana, very proud of his uniform. Sometime knowing that after work he would have to go to Madodana meeting or conference, he would leave his home in Madodana uniform and went to the union buildings. And from there proceeded to where the meeting or the conference of Madodana was being held. That's how proud he was about being a member of Men's Guild. When you visited his family to see his wife and children, you said it, Mr. President, that Minister Chabane was an asset. And indeed, you were right. He was also an asset in the church. This church will be celebrating 140 years in July this year. We were planning good things together with Mr. Chabane. He advised us on how best we can make that celebration a success. Let me say that on the 15th of May this year, there will be a golf tournament in Houghton Golf Club. This tournament is aimed at raising funds towards the 140-year celebration of the church. And who was behind this tournament? Who organized it? It's none other than Collins Chabane. Apart from that legacy that he has left behind for us to preserve, he has already contributed a lot of money towards this celebration. I may not disclose the amount, but it's quite considerable. And during these celebrations, we are going to also put a memorial stone for the first convert of our church who was baptized on the 4th of November, 1876. And also, there's going to be a statue of one of the first African ministers of this church, Calvin Mapope. And the person behind organizing that statue was none other than Minister Chabane. So you can see that indeed he was an asset to our church. I'm emphasizing that because some people in our churches are liabilities. Chabane was an asset. He didn't give us any trouble. He was loyal to us as leadership, disciplined always. Even though he was occupying a high position in government, in church, he was just very humble. You could hardly take him to sit in front where the leaders were sitting. He would always prefer to sit at the back. And that is a discipline he got from the church, and I believe he got from his party, the African National Congress. Ndangu waka Chabane, ikensa hibuyelela hinaba EPCSA. Kubami hivelekele shiro shayona shashimo shale henhla. We are thankful that God provided our church with someone who is socio-politically, intellectually, emotionally, and spiritually a giant. Mem Chabane. God does not cause, but does allow certain things to happen. And once he allows certain things to happen, he knows that he will take control. He knows that he will see you through. So you are not alone. The God that we worship is with you, and your church is also with you. We will continue to minister to you, much as we ministered to Kokwanwa Etienne, Colin's mother, when he was nowhere to be seen and found. Some of the ministers of this church were harassed by security police when they ministered to your mother-in-law. They suspected us, but still we continued to minister to her, and we will continue to minister to you. May our beloved member, our beloved minister, Collins Chabane's soul, rest in peace and rise in glory. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think I've been shocked.
Thank you so much. We are proceeding with our program. We'll ask a representative of COSATU to come to the fore. Name is not provided, but a representative from COSATU. The General Secretary of NUM, Comrade Franz Berlin.
Amandla. Amandla. Program Director, Mongameli, Baba, all ministers present, to the family, to save time, all protocol observed. We are here to pay tribute as COSATU to someone we can say, yes, he understood what Thomas Sankara said when he said power must be conquered by a conscious people. He was not conscious about the position he was occupying. He was conscious about the assignment at hand. He was not conscious about material associated with the position, but he was conscious about what is to be done. Comrade Collins was disciplined and understood democratic processes and its outcomes. We have learned from Comrade Collins about the importance of the alliance and how to respect one another. We understood him to be politically clear, unlike others amongst us who are suffering from political discombobulation. Comrade Collins was simple, ordinary, accessible, and in paying tribute, the best we can do, President, is to wish for an alliance with collegiality, with agility, and alert of the socio-economic conditions facing South Africa. It's our wish that all of us should understand freedom in its full meaning. It means every citizen must respect this freedom, no destruction of property. In expressing our anger, we must do in such a manner we respect those who have put their lives for this freedom. To conclude, Program Director, to the family, take courage from the words of Jill Linden. I quote, when you are confronted with challenges, I quote, go under it, go past it, go through it, but never give up. We're also encouraged by Matimba and your sister. Indeed, we have a future, a bright future. If a young son can have this confidence, it means that there's something the family have done right. Unlike others who are in our space, who are suffering from poor parental workmanship. Matthew 5 says, "Blessed are those who mourn, because they shall be comforted." We thank you very much. Amandla.
Thank you, Comrade Franz Baleni. The SACP representative, and the tribute would be paid by Comrade Buti Manamela. Comrade Buti. Yeah.
Long live the spirit of Collins Chabane, long live. Long live the spirit of Collins, the animal Chabane, long live. Thank you, Program Director, Honorable President of the Republic and of the ANC, leaders of the ANC, National Executive Committee officials, and also leaders of the ANC in the province, leaders of COSATU, leaders of the SACP, Second Deputy General Secretary of the SACP, Comrade Soli Mapaila, and all other leaders, veterans of our movement, leaders of our society and government, the family, the wife, the children of Comrade Collins Chabane. On Sunday morning, between 2:30 and 3, I received a call, and on the other side, it was the Director General in the presidency who was talking and couldn't say what exactly was the reasons for his call. And I could put together and make an idea of what he was saying. And I hung up the phone and I called him again because I wanted him to reassure me that indeed what he was telling me, he was certain of. And then he confirmed when I called him again that Comrade Collins Chabane is no more, and that because I am in Polokwane, because of the work of the movement that we had come to do, that he asked me to go to the scene to check what has happened. When I arrived there, I received a detailed briefing from the police, who were extremely technical about what happened. And most of the things that they said at the time, I can't even remember. About 2 motor vehicles carrying so many occupants, passengers, and all sorts of things. Because at that time, I had already seen what was left of Comrade Collins' car. And I was anxious to confirm that it was him, but also hesitant at the reality that we may have lost one of the rarest breed within our movement. When I went on to see him and confirm that it was him, together with his two protectors, something in me died. I probably have the misfortune that, yes, we see Comrade Collins here smiling. But each time I think of that day, each time I think of that morning, it is that face that was lifeless. It is that brain that has stopped to function. It is that cadre whose work has been stopped in its track. It is that soldier who knew that putting on the uniform of Umkhonto weSizwe is not a fashion statement, but it is a military action to end an oppressive and exploitative system of apartheid. That to put on military regalia is not about brandishing and bragging about what you stand for, but it is about facing real ammunition in the bush, something which me and those who are of my age may probably never ever experience because of the dedication and commitment of Comrade Collins. The first time I saw Comrade Collins, it was in a Youth League conference in 1994 when he was the provincial secretary of the ANC, and he was speaking at that conference. And right in the middle of his speech, he burst out in this very short laughter, which amused me. No one laughs at a joke that he has just made the way in which Comrade Collins laughed. It was not even a paragraph laugh, it was an exclamation. And then it ended there. And the next time when I saw him, it was in 1996. I think I was 15 years old at the ANC conference in Tibumbeni, where I saw the animal at work. And he was summarizing a very huge report that was going to be presented at that conference, overnight, reproduced, and ultimately presented. And such was the nature of the cadre that we have lost. Very few leaders come and go without us remembering anything that had happened between their coming and going. And yet, this humble servant of our people, this humble servant of the movement, this humble father and husband has always ensured that with humility, with humbleness, he dedicates himself to the needs, interests, and aspirations of our people. Never an opportunist, never a populist. At all times, he would be sitting there quietly and silently, and yet his interventions will forever be memorable. And his interventions would ultimately be what guides the meeting, what guides society, and also what influences the course of our history. The greatest monument we can build for Comrade Collins is to go back to basics, is to remember that the challenges that confront our movement need a special type of a cadre, is to reinvest our resources in the political education and training of our cadres, especially young cadres. There's no other way in which we can expose the weaknesses of those who are opposed to our discourse except having well-trained cadres of our movement. They will shout, they will hurl insults, they will bang tables, because that's all that they know. We are soldiers, we are better equipped intellectually and otherwise to be able to engage them, to be able to expose the fury that their arguments and their positions contains. So our investment into political education should be the key monument which we pay to Comrade Collins. The second monument we should pay is to build a cadre in the public service that will serve the needs, interests, and aspirations of our people without expecting any reward, without pursuing personal interests, and without corrupting the system. The last monument we can pay is to serve our people with compassion and to serve our people with dedication without expecting any form of reward, without expecting that our personal wishes would or should be the wishes of those whom we lead. Yes, whatever challenges that this community faces, those would be resolved. Those would be resolved, but they would require the level-headedness and the maturity of Comrade Collins. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Comrade Puti Malamela, the Deputy Minister in the Presidency. We have amongst us here people coming across the continent, friends, and also in other continents. We have a message which we are going to send to the family from the Ambassador of Japan. We have the message from the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Comrade Senzo Mkhunu. We are now going to ask someone who's going to come and introduce to us our next speaker. Our next speaker is the President of the Republic of South Africa, the Premier of this province. It's my honor to invite you to come here. Inzima lendlela hina mefi iyahlakuthana. Inzima lendlela hina mefa iyahlakuthana. Sizuzabana, sizuzabana, sizuzabana.
Amandla, all power, Matimba. Thank you, Program Director. The President of the Republic of South Africa, Speaker of Parliament, Isitolanda, and stalwarts of our movement, veterans of the liberation struggle, the leadership of the African National Congress, represented here by the officials, Comrade Chairperson Baleka Mbete, Comrade Samson, Secretary General Gwete Mantach. is SG for life, Samson Kwete Mantash. Comrade Treasurer General, Comrade Zweli Mkhize, and all NEC members present here. Kosikolo, Bokosi, Tony Mpepu Ramabulan. Kakame, Siulu Samadi. Members of the diplomatic corps, ministers, premiers and MECs from various provinces. Premier Mahuma Pelo is here. Premier Masualele is also here. I haven't been informed or notified about others, but if you are here, you are recognized. Mayors, councillors, and all distinguished guests present here, the family of Chabane, Bangwanate, I'm here to introduce to you a person who really doesn't need any introduction. An organic intellectual of note who developed and was built by the struggle for liberation. A revolutionary, a leader, a simple man indeed, who today the African National Congress, his party, has requested to take the responsibility of leading the people of South Africa because of its love to the people of South Africa. It could not choose anyone lesser than him. Program director, having listened to all the speeches here, particularly the two speeches by Colin's sister and his son Matimba, I don't know how many men in this hall envies Collins for having had such a brilliant son. Bapedi bare mshimane wa ka ngwana mshimane wa leitšibulo ke thaka rragwe. Program director, as I invite the president to come and address this August congregation here, allow me, as I said, having pricked by these two speeches, to quote from what President Oliver Tambo said on the 29th of March, 1986 in Maputo, on the occasion of the burial of one of the likes of Comrade Collins, when he said, "A seeming void occupies his space. The air so still without his voice, like the pure note of a bangle. That voice rose from the depth of the valley of the thousand hills, and multiplied. It rose and grew and multiplied, reverberated from Durban's Caris fountain until it was heard in Dar es Salaam and Havana, Moscow and Managua, London and Jakarta, Beijing and Rio, Prague and Washington, and in Pretoria, the centers and symbols of oppression and repression, the Union Building and the Voortrekker Monument, heaved and trembled as they received his message. Death to fascism, down with fascism, freedom for my people. It is really given to a people that they should produce a single person who epitomizes their hopes and expresses their common resolve, as Moses Mabhida did. I think these words are actually so relevant to Comrade Collins. Honorable President, can you please be invited to come and address your people? Uzumalo abamaziyo abazange bamo.
Amandla awethu matla ya rena matimba ya hina all power thina sizwe thina sizwe Hesi sikalela hizwele elatatwa gabamhlo mabawuyeke mabawuye umhlaba we mabawuyeke mabawuye umhlaba abantwana bakhalela izwe elathathwa gaba mabawuyeke mabawuyeke umhlaba mabawuyeke mabawuyeke umhlaba wethu Re a leboga. Thank you, Director of the program, Manana Nwariben Chabane. Mrs. Chabane, the children of Comrade Collins Chabane, and all members of the family. Premier of Limpopo Province, Speaker of Parliament, ministers, premiers, deputy ministers, MECs, executive mayors, and other mayors, councillors, members of the National Parliament, and members of the provincial legislatures, veterans of our struggle, the officials of the African National Congress, and the leadership of the ANC, the leadership of the South African Communist Party, the leadership of COSATU, and the leadership of SANCO. Our religious leaders and our traditional leaders at their different levels present here, representatives of various sectors, the community of Xikundu, and the community of Malamlele. And the community of Limpopo. Comrades and friends, South Africans, I have to agree with Comrade Collins' son that Comrade Collins died in the line of duty. Comrade Collins reported to me about the passing on of Chief Nxumalo, and I hadn't heard. He conveyed this to me. And towards his funeral, he came to me and we had a discussion about what do we do, because the funeral of Chief Nxumalo coincided with the burial of our leader, Moses Kotane. And Comrade Collins wanted to attend the funeral of our leader, Moses Kotane. As usual, we had a discussion. And we remembered that it would not be correct that in the funeral of Nkosi there will be no senior government person as well as ANC person. Then I said to him, well, my brother, as usual, you have to go to the funeral of Nkosi. In no way we can be absent when the community is mourning. Unfortunately, we can't go, all of us. you will have to sacrifice to attend the reburial of Moses Kotane. It was an instruction to him, as I've given him instructions numerous times. And without any hesitation, he said, I will be there. I said to him, well, these days, my brother, things are videoed. You will see Moses Kotane's funeral in a video, so don't worry. So he went on duty. And on his way home, he met his tragic passing away. Indeed, he died on duty. We have gathered on Human Rights Day to pay our last respects and bid farewell to one of the finest cadres produced in the cause of our struggle for our liberation. The horrific tragedy in the early hours of Sunday morning, the 15th of March, robbed us of this brilliant son of Xikundu. Xikundu village, and the son of South Africa. We also lost the lives of dedicated police officers, Lesiba Sekele and Lawrence Lensoane. Their passing was sudden, tragic, and shocking. Condolences to the Sekane and Lechuane families who are also laying their loved ones to rest this sad weekend. I still recall how shaken I was when I heard that Comrade Collins Chabane was no more, to the extent of phoning his wife around 5-ish a.m., only to find that the news had not yet been broken to her. I had just received a message from the Premier of Limpopo after 4. Perhaps it was because the news were unbelievable. Maybe I was trying to check whether Collins was there. But of course, I knew he must have been on his way from the burial of Inkosi, Hosh. Yes, the country has been in mourning because of the untimely passing of this patriot who was admired and respected for his simplicity, humanity, and profound intellect. We have seen the week-long celebrations of the life of a man who dedicated his life to the struggle for freedom, justice, and equality, and who has also served his country diligently since the dawn of freedom. born and bred in humble conditions, engineered by the apartheid regime, Comrade Collins was drawn to the struggle for national liberation and became an active member of the underground ANC at the early age of 17. We were among those who recruited him into MK and who prepared him politically and militarily for his responsibilities. He was part of a group of young men, a number of them who were at TEF University, who were carefully selected for underground work as the ANC was organizing underground structures throughout the country. A young man who operated here and outside, who went in and out of the country, was part of those who were handling the structures in the then Northern Transvaal. We called him James Mawelawela. His real name is Mike Kwadi. But we did not know that name, many of us, because we called him James. And we nicknamed him, I did, Mawelawela, because ubewela njalo nje border. But also, there was a sort of a refugee camp in Swaziland called Mawelawela. He crisscrossed the Swazi in Mozambique, this side, very active. He often got arrested by the Swazis and sent to this place. But he will always be released. He had explanations to make that will make him feel, or make the Swazis feel he's an innocent man. So he was called James Mawelawela. We had decided to increase the capacity of our structures inside the country. We had political structures, and the Northern Transvaal had become more important, and the Northern Natal, because of their border with Mozambique, and we created similar structures. And the cadres who served, they are still there today. But also, with the looming liberation of the then Rhodesia into Zimbabwe, this area became very strategic and important for our struggle. We knew it will be a place that would not just need political cadres only, but cadres who will be trained effectively as political operators, but at the same time with military training. We were working out a strategy how to make the Northern Transvaal in particular to remain the area from which we could operate protected by the people. And therefore the need to grow the structures bigger and stronger and with quality dictated that we should find the fine cadres who would indeed be trainable quickly and be sent back to change the quality of the structures in northern Transvaal. And this group of young men were then selected on the basis of the kind of the cadre we talked about by this comrade, James Mawelawela, who knew the routes in and out of the country, very brave. Going into the country to him was like just walking across a river. And those who were part of that period will tell you that crossing a border from a neighboring country into South Africa was a task and a half. Men shivered. And I remember some story when some cadres used to come in and out of through Swaziland. One day they wanted to fix their commanders and ask them to take them inside halfway for about 3 kilometers, just to give them the taste, how it feels when you are at a point where if we are spotted, there is big trouble. And they reported to me quietly, now we're fixing them, because they always give us orders as if they know what happens when we cross the country. But Mawelawela was moving with ease. He brought these young people between 7 and 8. And among them was Peter Mkaba. The others have passed away. One of them, the last time I counted, he was an MEC in this province. They were sparkling young men, men we needed for the task at that given time. We needed brave, politically clear, disciplined young people. So they were handpicked along those bases, and Comrade Collins was among them. Slightly smaller in size, and if they arrived, you would not see him first, you would see others. But start engaging them, you will realize this fellow is bigger than others, because he's going to engage. What he says is logical, full of questions. I think there were 3 among them who were very thirsty for knowledge, and one of them was Peter Mkaba. So as they arrived, and we said to them, you can't waste time, because we want you to go and train and complete. And before many people realize you are out of the country, before you lose contact with some people you know, you need to train and finish and go back. So there was an intense military training in a specific area, in a specific country, where those will train. And it was in that process of training that MK commanders saw in Collins a leader, and he was made one of the commissars. A commissar is an important officer in the ranks of MK. He's the only man who could stop a commander if the commander gives a wrong order. It's a political soldier who looks after the life of the politics of MK cadres. We had to intensify the preparation politically and prepare them to come back, be on their own, and work inside. And the reason why they had to be trained was because, among other things they will do, whilst establishing the political structures, but they will also, if need be, establish MK units or prepare the ground. One of the training which was necessary for them to be drummed, is called MCW. It's an acronym of military combat work. It's a combination of military and political work. You are trained as an MK soldier to come in an area, no matter how hostile it is, create favorable environment, win people, have a base. It's important to appreciate this because Collins is one of the cadres of the ANC that was an all-rounder. A good soldier, a good commissar, a good commander, a brave man, but a thinking soldier. All MK cadres were required to be highly political, to think correctly, because one mistake you could cause a big damage. And these comrades with Collins were perfect for the job we want them to do. So we send them back to the country to operate. And I must also say, it was not every soldier of MK who could be sent inside the country, because you needed high discipline. You could come and find soldiers, and you can send them in. And if we were not sure, because our war was a special war, in no time they will be arrested if you were not sure. So we did not want a soldier, once he smells something, he will go there. We wanted people who will sit where they are put and move on orders. I could describe that many times because the MK cadre was supposed to be exemplary, and Collins was one of them. But one of the qualities was that once you are arrested, don't make others to be arrested. Be arrested alone. Die alone with the truth. And this is what happened to Collins. That's why he was the only one charged. That was one of the qualities that, in fact, defined the real MK soldier. That we are brave, we are prepared to die. Many died with the truth. Many, even if they were captured, tried to escape. Fewer succeeded to escape. And of course, as you know, Collins was convicted. But I thought it is important just to indicate what has been related here today, that Collins had a foresight, because he knew exactly that he's going out, he will come back. And therefore, he wanted at least one or two people to know, although you were not supposed to tell people you are going away. Supposed to be a secret. But he thought key people should know, because he was preparing his coming back, the reception. Because after disappearing for a long time, many people will be saying, where is this man? But he will come back and go to those people that I'm back, and he will begin to prepare his base. Colin displayed amazing maturity and dedication. You could see his dedication in his eyes because he did not speak very loud like others. Peter Mkaba was a big talker, as you know. We had to restrain him because now even when he was here, he exposed himself one time and he sent a report out because there was a black consciousness fellow, he's here, I'm forgetting his name, who was talking too much, criticizing the ANC. Peter Mkaba decided to emerge from underground at night and visited this man and confronted him. Why are you talking about the ANC like this? And he included this in the report. And we said, but Peter, we are going to be arrested. What's wrong with you? Go deep underground. That was Peter Mkaba. But Animal was a different one. Of course, whilst executing his task, he was arrested and was sentenced to 9 years imprisonment on Robben Island, where he further developed his political understanding and knowledge. And it was in Robben Island where he reached his full political maturity. Going to Robben Island was passing the test. Because in the process to go to Robben Island, many couldn't reach Robben Island because either they will become state witnesses and therefore they'll be off. If you go through the torture and reach Robben Island and stay there, you would have passed the test. It was not too much talking. It was about carrying on the task of the revolution that tested the real cadres and the real heroes. This was a man, when he came out of Robben Island, during the transitional period, who contributed immensely to the development of our country's progressive constitution. He was there when the constitution was crafted in Parliament in Cape Town. His interest in the constitutional affairs has also assisted the ANC. He has served the organization capably as chairperson of the National Executive Committee's subcommittee on constitutional affairs. When the ANC came into government in 1994, he served as a member of parliament in the National Assembly and later in the Limpopo government as an MEC. Another quality of Collins, I'm sure quite a number of us, if we are taken back from national to provincial, will regard that as a demotion. But with Collins, the task of the organization was never too big or too small. After the Polokwane conference of the ANC in 2007, we began planning to introduce the type of government structure that would enable us to implement the resolutions of the conference. We gave him the task of leading a subcommittee on the reconfiguration of the structures, processes, and workings of government. We gave him because we knew the task given to him will be done. In 2008, we spent a few months traversing the country to hear the views of the people to inform the 2009 elections manifesto. We interacted with thousands of South Africans in various people's forums. They told us that they wanted to see an urgent improvement in service delivery. They made it clear that we have very good policies, but that these would only improve people's lives more effectively if the public service becomes more responsive, interactive, and effective. The concerns raised included, amongst others, the capacity gaps in local government, the poor quality of some of the public services rendered, and the failure to respond to inquiries and complaints and to provide information. People highlighted this as we move among the people as some of their concerns. Other concerns indicated weak planning capacity across the three spheres of government and weak monitoring and evaluation. It became clear to us that we had to change the shape and focus of government and also change the culture and ethos of government in order to improve service delivery. The committee chaired by Comrade Collins took all these factors into account, preparing for the fourth ANC administration so that after elections, we could hit the ground running. And indeed, we did. A new structure of government was introduced in 2009. Among key changes introduced, we decided to improve the ability of the presidency to supervise government. We had to introduce a system of the alignment of plans and programs across all spheres within a special development framework. We also deemed it necessary to improve the capacity for effective monitoring and evaluation nationally. Comrade Collins was appointed minister. And I must tell you, we had had numerous discussions with Collins in the committee, just two of us, because I was arguing about what I thought the government must look like. And it was important for me to convince Comrade Collins, because I knew if Comrade Collins understood it and believed it, he would be able to do it with his pace. In fact, at the beginning, I took a decision that, well, this comrade is going to be my DG, because I wanted him to lead the president's office. But after thinking carefully, and I said, you know, DG is very limited and has lesser authority. Collins has everything that it takes to make what we have discussed concretely realistic. And I felt we needed to make him a minister in the presidency so that he could implement the new approach. And that's why we appointed him as a minister responsible for performance monitoring and evaluation in the presidency. Because we had discovered that in government there is too much lax and slow movement. You can stay in government for a long time doing nothing, and nobody will realize easily. Because government is too big. It's like an elephant. A bird can stay or sit on the back of the elephant would not even notice there was a bird there. So it was clear we needed a way to make government work, and that's why we established this department. And to give it authority, we placed the minister in charge of it in the presidency, and that was Collins. He established a new department which has become very effective in monitoring the implementation of government policies and in evaluating the impact thereof in the lives of our people. I worked closely with him in establishing this new function in government, including designing performance agreements for ministers who in turn developed delivery agreements with their partners, such as provincial MECs. Now I can tell you, I've traveled around, I haven't found many governments with such a system to gauge the performance of ministers and DGs in a method that is clear, so that you can't say we are delivering when you cannot quantify it. This system has helped us to deliver more than we could. With this sharp and incisive mind, determination and diplomacy, he was able to get the work done and to obtain support and understanding from his colleagues. He submitted quarterly reports to Cabinet and the public. He made his colleagues angry at times when they disagreed with his reports. But he made them to be very serious about their reports. Because before, a report would be just a report. Now, Collins did not just give a report. He published, and even published scoring, which made his colleagues feel uncomfortable. But that was Collins. He was not doing his work to please anyone. He was doing his work as he understood it. Perhaps his personality and leadership style held him in good stead, allowed in difficult situations. He never allowed passion and emotion to stand on the way of reason. He was always calm. Even when his colleagues will be reacting, he will laugh very slowly, very quietly, but laughing. And just come back to explain what he thought was a correct explanation. He also had a sense of humor, which enabled him to prepare a soft landing for whatever difficult messages he wanted to communicate. His department's progress reports and other monitoring tools provided the President and Cabinet the opportunity to assess progress, guide, and ensure timely interventions where necessary to ensure the realization of the commitments we had set for ourselves. Last year, when the country celebrated 20 years of freedom, Minister Chabane led the process of developing a 20-year review, critically assessing the progress of the ANC government since 1994. The review is objective and did not hesitate to point out where the government could have done better. In the new administration, after elections last year, he was appointed Minister of Public Service and Administration. The Department of Public Service and Administration, or the DPSA, is the heart and engine of government. It determines the shape and impact of the public service. If we are to effectively implement the Batupili principles, which in the main are about changing the public service into a caring, efficient, and effective machinery, you need someone who understands how government works and who knows what needs to be fixed. After carefully searching among us, Comrade Collins emerged as the right candidate for this task. He had good plans about taking the department and the public service forward. And we all have a responsibility to take his vision forward. His passion was to improve the functioning of frontline service department and the performance of frontline staff who deal with the public directly. He had begun this work during his previous monitoring and evaluation portfolio. He was optimistic that the services would improve after visiting a number of services centers around the country. He told the government's public sector magazines in December edition, and I quote, "The feedback basically is they are prepared to work, they are prepared to improve, they need help from government to assist them with some of the working instruments," unquote. He said. He urged our frontline service staff that serve people directly to take forward Minister Chabane's vision and serve our people with dignity, respect, courtesy, efficiency, and speed. From our licensing departments, staff, to those responsible for applications for social grants and identity documents, to nurses, police officers, and those handling municipal inquiries, let us put our people first in memory of Minister Chabane. Fellow South Africans, in December 2013, a tragedy befell our country when our icon, President Nelson Mandela, passed on. Minister Chabane endeared himself to all of us by the manner in which he arranged the funeral of President Mandela. He led the Interministerial Committee on State Funerals capably and effortlessly, and pulled out all stops to give Madiba a befitting send-off. Sadly, here we are today, bidding him farewell so soon after Madiba. He's laid to rest on Human Rights Day, which on its own symbolizes his unwavering commitment to the entrenchment of human rights culture in our country, we could not join the national event in Uitenhage commemorating the massacre that claimed the lives of our people 30 years ago. As we bid farewell to Minister Chabane, on Human Rights Day, we acknowledge the sacrifices that accompanied the struggle for democracy and reaffirm our commitment to advance human rights as enshrined in the Constitution. The manner in which we lost him and the 2 police officers calls for us to reflect deeply on road safety. Drivers should observe the rules of the road. Whether they see traffic officers or not, it is up to all of us to drive safely and save lives. We are informed that this driver was making a U-turn on the highway. Maybe he will say what happened. I think it was at about 1 after midnight. What this driver, in my view, did not do was to park the truck and rest. I'm clear he was sleeping. He woke up and saw the car. He did not know what he was doing and swerved. And yet the rule says, once you feel tired or fatigued, stop aside, sleep to rest so that you are permanently sober behind the wheel. I'm saying this because it must be a lesson to all of us. Here was a man. I don't know what was the situation. He might have been trying to turn. I don't know. What is it? Where was he going to turn to? Because it is one way. Is it a one way? Not so. So where was he going to turn to? So it is clear he did not obey the rules. I'm not sure about taking something. Some people said he was smelling something. Again, breaking the rules. By a simple man, another citizen, breaking the rules, he has robbed us of 3 lives. When we drive, I think all of us should just bear that in mind, that there are lives on the roads that need to be saved, including yours. It's very important. Maybe we should strengthen the rules and the punishment of those who break the rules. I spoke to the Minister of Transport saying, what else can we do? Because not very far from there, we lost another valuable comrade less than a decade ago. How could we stop losing valuable citizens on the road, which is easily avoidable if we follow the rules? The carelessness on the roads cannot continue in this manner. The human cost is enormous. Government cannot solve this problem alone. It requires the commitment and actions of all road users. We all have a collective responsibility. Fellow South Africans, a soldier has fallen. A leader has fallen. We must honor his memory by continuing the struggle for a better life for all, especially the poor and the working class, for which he committed his entire life. in his son today, I saw another Collins emerging. I promised him that as I did to his father, I'm going to recruit him. On behalf of government and the people of South Africa, we extend our deepest condolences to the Chabane family. Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, who is representing me in Namibia at the inauguration of the President-elect Comrade Hage Geingob today, extended his condolences personally to the family during the week. He would be here with us if he had not to go and deputize in Namibia. We have received countless messages from all corners of the country expressing pain and loss and paying tribute to Minister Chabane. The President-elect of Namibia, whom I met in Lesotho on the inauguration of the new Prime Minister, actually said to me when I said, I'm sorry, I've sent an apology, I'm not coming because I've lost a minister. He said to me, I've known Collins very much. At times, he often came to Namibia to visit, just to visit, at times just to play golf. He says, if we did not have the inauguration, many of us would have been in his funeral. His staff sent me this message, and I quote, "We learned so much from the minister, and were inspired by his sharp mind and hard work. He was so kind and warm to all staff members of all levels. We are devastated at his untimely passing. He was an empowering and an inspirational individual. He let his work speak for itself and shied away from glory and praise. Such humility and grace. We are in deep pain. May his soul rest in peace," unquote. Very few of us will be described in this manner by our staff. Indeed, the loss of Chabane to the Chabane family is the loss of the whole nation. We are all feeling the pain together with the family. It's going to be difficult to close this gap. This is a comrade who grew through the ranks of the ANC in the true sense of the word, who did everything you can think of. We'll miss him in the ANC conferences as he chairs the session, first item on the agenda, where we look at the ANC constitution, whether we want to amend it or whatever. He always explained calmly things that other people will be feeling very strong about. We'll miss him in the cabinet, as he would come when the debate is hot and come at a point when you think the debate maybe is moving in a particular direction and raise very pertinent issues. We'll miss him too in the meetings of the National Executive Committee. But also his very light-hearted way of presenting things. To some of us, he was like a son, because we saw him grow before our eyes and becoming a matured leader. So the loss is not just for the family, but for his organization, the ANC, and his country, South Africa. Chabane, Waminga, Kuri, Dlamani, Shimambani, Mashakazi, Malenga, Gunyule, Shishangashile, Mnwaniti, Mtupi, Mchopi. Shingela babeni. Matoto yati huku. Farewell, freedom fighter, combatant, commissar, MK soldier, former political prisoner, a dedicated servant of the people, and accomplished musician, a husband, a father, and to me, personally, a son. Famba kahle, animal, nyamazana. Hamba kahle qhawe lamaqhawe. Siyohlala sikukhumbula njalo. Thank you very much. Oh, indlela ndlela esihambayo. Oh, indlela ndlela esihambayo. Oh, indlela ndlela esihambayo. Oh, indlela ndlela esihambayo. Washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-Freedom Day. Washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-Freedom Day. Oh, indlela lendlela esihambayo. Oh, indlela lendlela esihambayo. Oh, indlela lendlela esihambayo. Oh, indlela lendlela esihambayo. Washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-Freedom Day. Washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-Freedom Day. Lendlela esihambayo. lendlela esihambayo inde lendlela esihamba inde lendlela esihambayo washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-freedom day washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-freedom day inde lendlela esihambayo inde lendlela esihambayo inde lendlela esihambayo inde lendlela esihambayo washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-freedom washumandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-freedom day lumhla sibuyayo lumhla sibuya lumhla sibuyayo kothula kuthi lumhla sibuya lumhla sibuya lumhla sibuyayo kothula kuthi duma embamba phezulu kwentaba the car ogoduma embamba phezulu kwentaba lumhla sibuya lumhla sibuya lumhla sibuyayo kothula kuthi lumhla sibuya lumhla sibuya lumhla sibuyayo kothula kuthi tu kokha ogoduma embamba phezulu kokha ogoduma embamba phezulu kwentaba hosi kitwile kakubulabula kwamalamlele kitwile thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your profound words, which are guiding all of us. Fine condolences to the family. Mr. President, as we are talking here, demonstrating your understanding of Xitsonga, I saw jealousy amongst the officials because the SG knows no single, he can't even greet in Xitsonga. Abshing SG. Thank you very much, Mr. President. At this point in time, we are taking everything to the hands of the SANDF, Chaplain General Jamangile is going to be leading this part for us. General.
Mr. President, our Commander-in-Chief of the South African National Defence Force, permission, sir, to continue with the devotions. I was requested by the Program Director, the Honorable Minister of Arts and Culture, to summarize my message. I translated that request to an order. Therefore, allow me to express our heartfelt condolences on behalf of the Minister of Defense and military veterans to the Chabane family, particularly to his wife, children and siblings, and parents. We also would like to express our condolences to the two bodyguards who paid the ultimate price in the line of duty. The summary of my message is as follows. The grim Reaper death does not speak the last word. God speaks the last word, and God's word is loud and clear. Those who dwell in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of Almighty God. May the people of God say, Amen. Let us do the benediction. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. Amen. We will now get our marching orders after the minister has announced some few announcements. I thank you.
Thank you, General. We are going to make this announcement. The entourage, when we leave, would be the hearse, the motorcade there, with the President, the Premier of Limpopo, King Mpepu, the ministers and in the bus of the family, and people know they have tags, they have to go there. We must announce here that the space where we are going is too small for all of us. So if some of the dignitaries here will find themselves short of things like chairs, they should understand. There is a limited space there. Secondly, the elderly, the frail, will be served lunch here. And all of us are asked to go to the primary school across. I don't know whether across at the back or left or right, but across. We'll know the primary school. Those are the announcements we want to make. Thank you very much.
The following marching orders will be observed. South African National Defence Force Paul Bearers, Brigadier General Fongoka, Brigadier General McHugh, Brigadier General Setlare, Brigadier General Sihloho, Rear Admiral Christian, Rear Admiral Gumede, Brigadier General Siklishe, Brigadier General Mapaha, Chief Warrant Officer Snyders in charge of the bearers, Master Warrant Officer Jangisa, Master Warrant Officer Gwija, Master Warrant Officer Lipema, Master Warrant Officer Nell, Master Warrant Officer Khalane, Master Warrant Officer Mashangu, Master Warrant Officer Mahani, Master Warrant Officer Chuelane.
Una hindi kegulu tse ngata kopa le Sorry?
Right. Left. Right. Left. Right. Left. Right. Left. Right. Ball bearers. Bearers. Halt. 1, 2. Ball bearers. On. Hit. 1. Hit. 1. 2. 3. 1. Ball bearers. Bearers. Go. March! Left! Right! Left! Right! Left! Right! Left! Right! Left! Right! The umbrellas, please. Left! Right! Left! Slap! Right! Left! Right! Left! Right! Detachment. Slap. On. Turn. Detachment, move to the left. Left. On. Slow. Move. Left. Right. Left. Left. Right. Left. How are you? Left. Wonderful. Right. Left. Left. Right. Left. 006. Yeah.
How feel the stage? How feel the platform? I'm not gonna tell. Yeah. Yeah, how feel the podium? All right. If you take a month, yeah, I'm considering another one. No, I've commended many times. Mashallah.
Yeah, Bo? Yeah, I'm still here. All right, cool. Hello, Ananda. How are you? I'm all right. Okay. Please tell the guys that I'm still hearing myself a few seconds afterwards.
Absolutely, Ananda. We've got the arrival here of the family members who have been seated in a separate tent from that of the officials that are attending the ceremony. The program that's here is expected to be just around a quick judgment of it would be around 45 minutes from the official program that we've been given, and it's going to begin with the removal of the national flag from the coffin by the military and handing it over to the family. And of course, Minister Chabane, we're told, being laid to rest next to his father at the burial site, which is one that has belonged to the family for many years, as Jerry Chauke told us a little bit earlier on, who was one of the relatives of the late minister. And he says that many of their parents and their relatives, including those of the minister, have also been laid to rest here. And understandably so, Ananda. This is the point where all of the people that were close to him, that loved him, the family members, this is their final goodbye. And so one anticipates that it can be rather emotional and even overwhelming, because this is where you almost have to come to terms with the fact that your loved one is gone. And we're now hearing the arrival of the band from the Defence Force, and they're slowly walking into the cemetery. And of course, they're coming ahead, they're coming before the remains as they enter the cemetery.
eNCA TV.
You're absolutely correct, Ananda, and things here, you know, obviously the situation now very somber. I'm just going to allow for us to listen in.
Holy Gospel. It reads thus. Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful with a few things. Come and share the joy of your Lord. Let us pray. God Almighty, we believe that beyond the absence, there is presence. Beyond the pain, there is healing. Beyond the brokenness, there is wholeness. Beyond the turmoil, there is peace. Beyond the hurting, there is heaven. Beyond the fighting, there is forgiveness. And beyond the silence, God speaks. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am not going to waste much of your time as we proceed with our burial rites. I congolate. Tentsalo ni kurula leswi humaka eka Tatana ni le ka Yesu Kriste a swi ve na n'wina. Amen. Lerisiwile leswaku vanhu hinkwavo va fa kan'we, kutani endzhaku ka swona ku ta va na ku avanyisiwa. Wena munhu hambi mani kumbe mani, xana u ehleketa leswaku u ta pona ku avanyisa ka Xikwembu xana? Ti lunghisele ku hlangana ni Xikwembu xa wena, hikuva ma swi tiva swinene leswaku siku ra hosi ri ta humelela ku tshwa khamba ra vusiku. Hikwalaho ti vonile ni mi hiteka mi va mi khongela, hikuva a mi tivi nkarhi lowu n'winyi wa yindlu a nga tata ha wona, kumbe u tata ni madyambu, kumbe ni vusiku lebyikulu, kumbe loko nkuku ringa kumbe ni mixo. Hikuva loko a fika hi ku mi tshuketa a nga tshuki a kuma mi etlele, kambe leswi ndzi mi byelaka swona ni byela hinkwavo ni ri hitekani. Muti wa hina wu le matilweni, laha hi langutelaka kona muponisi wa hina a nga hosi ya hina Yesu Kriste, laha nga ta hundzuluxa miri wa hina lowo soleka a wu endla xivumbeko xin'we ni miri wa yena lowo kwetsima, hi laha a nga ni matimba yo tivekela hinkwaswo ehansi ka yena. Amen. Ni ta kombela mfundhisi Khosa ku ta va ta hi endlela xikhongelo na xiyenge lexi xi landzelaka.
Leswi tatana muchaviseki Ohm Collins Chabane, xirho xa Evangelical Presbyterian Church in South Africa kumbe Swiss Mission in South Africa, kwala ka Xikundu, muakatiko wa Afrika-Dzonga, a hundeke emisaveni. Hi n'wi veka emavokweni ya Xikwembu hi ku tlherisela ntsumbu wa yena emisaveni, hikuva hi ntshuri. Hi fanele ku tlhelela antshurini, kambe hi tshemba hi ku tshemba loku tiyeke leswaku hinkwavo lava pfumelaka ka Yesu Kriste va ta pfuka akufeni, va pfukela vutomi lebyi nga heriki. Hi laha hosi ya hina Yesu Kriste a nga vula ha kona loko a te, hi mina ku pfuka ni vutomi, la pfumelaka ka mina hambi a fa u ta hanya. Ku katekile vafi lava felaka ehosini, moya na wona wu ri ina leswaku va phyuphya emintirhweni ya vona, hikuva mintirho ya vona ya va landzelela. Ku katekile lava nga na timbilu leti tengeke, hikuva va ta vona Xikwembu. A hi khongeleni.
Xikwembu xa matimba hinkwawo, emahlweni ka sirha leri ri ahlameke, ha ku khensa hikwalaho ka switshembi swa wena leswi tiyeke, leswi teleke ku chavelela, leswi hi swi kumaka eritweni ra wena. hi nyike sweswi ku tshemba loku tiyeke leswaku lava faka va ri va wena va ta nghena evuton'wini le ku hlayisekeni ka wena, kutani va ta dya ndzhaka ya leswi nga boriki leyi hlayiseriweke hinkwavo lava va ku rhandzaka. Xikwembu xa ku chavelela, hi kombelela va ndyangu wa ka Chabane, mana Chabane na vana ni vamakwavo na ndyangu hinkwawo hi ku anama. Ha va kombelela leswaku u va chavelela hi xiviri xa wena. Tiyisa ku pfumela ka vona, tiyisa ku tshemba ka vona, kutani u va pfuna ku fularhela leswi voniwaka hi mahlo, swi nga leswi swa minkarhi ya sweswi ntsena, ni ku tlakusa mahlo ya vona eka leswi nga voniwiki swi nga swa minkarhi leyi nga riki na ku hela. Hosi Xikwembu na hina hinkwerhu lava hi hlengeletaneke emahlweni ka sirha leri, u nga pfumeli leswaku hi tshama kule na wena, hi tshunxe emapindini ya ku bohiwa hi vudyoho. U hi yisa eku pfumeleni ni ku tsundzukeni ka ku kwetsima loko munhu a nga kumi kun'wana loko ku nga ri ka wena ntsena. Hosi Xikwembu, vumba endzeni ka hina timbilu letintshwa, u hi dyondzisa ku endla ku rhandza ka wena hi ku tirhela emisaveni leyi hi rirhandzu ni ku lulama, hi va ni ku averiwa kun'we ni n'wana wa wena siku a nga ta ku, tanani n'wina hinkwerhu lava katekisiweke hi tatana, amukelani ndzhaka ya ku fuma leyi mi nga lunghiseriwa yona ka ha ri loko misava yi tumbuluka. Hi yingise tatana la twelaka vusiwana, hikwalaho ka Yesu Kreste muponisi wa hina. Amen.
Sweswi hi ta nyiketa nkarhi eka va ndyangu ku ta chela swiluva, ntirho wu ya emahlweni. Hi ta va hi kha hi yimbelela risimu 277, Hosi a yi mi helekete. Hosi a yi mi helekete, a yi mi nyike ku tsaka ni ku kateka ka moya, hi konda hi vonana kambe mi vuya, mi vuya, Yesu a mi vuyise, mi vuya, mi vuya, hi konda hi vonana kambe. Hamban mi suka hi kurhula, siya yi mi rhangele, yi mi basisela ndlela, hi konda hi vonana kambe. Mi vuya, mi vuya, Yesu a mi vuyise, mi vuya, mi vuya, hi konda hi vonana kambe. Xikwembu a xi mi hanyise, xi mi phamela timbuva ta misava ni ta tilo, hi konda hi vonana kambe. Mi vuya, mi vuya, Yesu amebuyise. Mebuya, mebuya, ikonda ibonana kambe. Tatana amebielele, bokora kwerimilwela, tinchalo timitalela, ikonda ibonana kambe. Mewisa, Yesu mewisisa, mewisa, ikonda ibonana kambe. Hamban misuka hikurula, o si aimirangele, yimi basi selandlela, ikonda ibonana kambe. Mebuya, Yesu amebuyise. Mebuya, ikonda ibonana kambe. Xikwembu aximihanyise, ximiphamela